Good morning, everybody, or good evening, as it is for Jamie. How are you, Jamie?
Good. How are you?
Good. Just still waking up. I've been awake since 4:30, and I think I must have gone back to sleep because I got a really rude awakening at 8:30. We live near a school, a primary school, and so some little dorks thinks it's really funny to ring our doorbell on their way to school or our gate bell on our way to school, and then they'd just run.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, it was good timing for them to do that, so we can't get too mad at them this time.
Yeah.
But yeah, apart from that, today's going to be very much an admin day for me. Very much an admin, very heavy on the admin, actually. And as you guys can see, I'm going to be listening to The Witches today from Roald Dahl. I've never read that before. I've seen the movie, the original movie, so many times. Mm-hmm. Angelica, is it Hudson? Houston.
Was it Preston, I think, yeah.
Yeah. We don't need to talk about Anne Hathaway.
It's a good book. I think you'll love it.
Yeah. And listening to it as well. I listened to James and the Giant Peach earlier this month, actually.
I've never done the audiobooks for those. I read all of them as a kid, but I've never done the audiobooks now that they exist.
The one that I got was it's called a binaural audiobook. And so it's better with headphones because you hear things coming this way and then that way, and then sometimes things go like that. And it was really cool. Nice. It was really fun. So yes, that is going to be my sprints today. I just worked on my cookie bingo board, which I can show you guys in a minute.
Mm-hmm. I still have not looked at the bingo board yet. I'm trying to get my TBR started, but yeah.
I just hear a cat child.
Yeah, Katharina is right by my chair. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can share this. Hang on a minute. Problem is I get too excited with my mouse, and then I'm always so scared that I'm gonna exit out of StreamYard.
Yes. I keep the cursor far away from anything where I might accidentally touch anything. Yeah.
All right. This is my kooky bingo board at the moment. Nice. So pretty much everything is covered at the moment, but I wanted to put a kind of wide range. Of course, for free pick, we've got the buddy read for Piranesi. If you guys watching have not read Piranesi and would like to join, that is scheduled for the 7th of May. May. At 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which is 11 a.m. New Zealand, 5 p.m. by the sound of it. What time zone are you in, Jamie?
I'm in Mountain, and so if you're at 11 something, I'm at 5 something here.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is Eastern.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is my bingo board at the moment. A lot of people are going to say that this is purple. I'm including it as pink. This is for pink on the cover.
There is pink on the cover. It's right in the middle.
That's red.
It looks pink.
It's a red wax seal. But I'm counting that as pink.
Yeah, the closer you get it. The other one, the Filthy Rich Vampires, has pink on it.
What did I put that on? I don't have a shifter romance, but these are vampires. Yeah. So I'm classing it as a shifter because they shift from human to vampire.
Yeah. We might have to find you some more pink books because I don't know. That looks.
I'm counting it. As pink. I'm counting it as pink.
Oh yeah.
Does my horror book? No, that doesn't have pink on it at all.
You don't really go for pink books, it looks like. Yeah.
But yeah, obviously read outside and share a picture on Discord. I can't do that right now.
Right.
and then join a new booktuber sprint session. By the way, for people watching, there is going to be a sprint train, 24 hours, 31 days. We are going again. We are back for the craziness that is going to happen. But I've got some romances. I've got some classics. This, I didn't have anything set in a school or university. So this is essentially like the placeholder.
Yeah.
And some people are going to be very, very, very happy that I've done that.
Nice.
I have zero expectations, and it may just be one that I just speed on through.
Or read enough to DNF it and count it, or depending on how it is. I am totally not a romance reader, so I would read the first few pages just to see if it's readable.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a very clear.
Yeah, it
kind of.
They're missing most of their clothes. There's very few genres that could be.
Yeah. But then I've also got like Faithbreaker, because read the next book in a series.
Yeah.
You've started but not finished. I could do quite a few books for that, but this one I'm doing for Herkhead, for the letter X on the alphabet, because I didn't have anything for the letter X, and oh my god, the person who wrote it is obviously not English.
Okay.
Because the translation of it is a bit shoddy.
Ooh.
But yeah, a couple of classics. Favorite book of the year last year, Piranesi. I've actually got a physical copy of it. I'm going to be reading it physically. I don't know whether I'm more excited for Sydney or Piranesi.
I might join in the Piranesi if I can find the audiobook. Because our library might have it, because I did it in print. I didn't do the audiobook for that one. But because it's a more recent book, the audiobook might be really good. I just have not checked it out to listen to it yet.
I thought the audiobook was pretty good, because when I read it originally, it was like January last year. I kind of started reading it and things happened and I got distracted, so I had to get the audiobook in order to like really really get into the story, and then I'll say more about it on the day, but what I will say is just trust the process.
Yes, it was one of those books, like I read it in a year when I actually didn't have internet at all for about a month and a half. And I was so isolated. So I spent a lot of time going to the library and just getting piles of books and then reading all the books. And and then going back for more library books to talk to people. And so I read it during that. And it was middle of the night when I started. It was so disorienting. It was such a strange book. And I just said, okay, I'm just going to read the next page and trust that this is all going to come together.
Yeah.
And it did. And it was really good. But it took a while before it all started to click for me.
It's not until about 2/3 of the way through. Like you start getting hints when it gets to the second when it gets to the second half. And then 2/3 of the way through, things start clicking in and you're like, oh.
Yeah, it's a really clever book.
It is. It's fantastic. I have heard like very mixed things about her other book though, and I'm not so keen to dive into that right now.
Is that the Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell?
Yeah.
I liked that one, but that one I did only as audio.
Right.
So I was doing that one while doing one of those big crochet projects. So I had something that I was doing with my hands so I could focus on it instead of watching a TV show. And I really liked it doing it like that. I don't know what it's like reading it in print though.
That's a good point. I'm still really excited.
Yeah.
And then we've got, for a retelling, I had to, so like part of these are like on my Kindle, and then part of these are NetGalley ARCs, and then some of these are actually Libby Borrows. because like there are some things that I just didn't have.
Yeah.
That being one of them.
Yeah.
Depravity. This is actually a Beauty and the Beast retelling with adult themes.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, that could be really interesting. Again, like that's quite out of my comfort zone. For out of the comfort zone, I actually put 1984 George Orwell, which I'm really interested to read.
Yeah, it does seem like something where it's a good book, but it's not something I would just assume that you'd read. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't read it.
Yeah.
Prince and Assassin. This I'm really interested to read. This is like dragons and well, I can't really do the vlog until I've read this one, but spoiler alert, the second book actually came in a blind date with the book.
Okay.
And I can't read the second before I read the first.
Yeah.
So yeah, I bought that on Kindle. But really, really interested. Male romance, dragons, fantasy.
Yeah.
What did I put that in? New to you author.
Cool.
She is a new to me author as well. I've heard good things about it though. Nice. Wicked Jenny. I know Nakota has read that. I can't remember what they thought of it. Enchantress for hyped book.
Okay.
Sideways Life of Denny Voss. I'm so interested to read this. Apparently it was Salona's, like one of Salona's only 5 stars in NetGalley November.
Yeah, I remember her saying something about that. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Cool.
Animal on the cover. Dog.
Yeah.
And then I've tried to put things, because I'm doing other readathons as well.
Yeah.
I'm doing, is it Mystery Mayhem or Mystery Madness Mayhem or something like that?
Yeah. That's the one I was trying to remember that I did last year, that I decided I'm doing 2. I'm going to keep it to 2, but that's the one that I'm not doing that I remembered I liked last year.
Yeah. And then I'm also doing TBR Quest, hosted by Amy from A Star Reads and Kim from Expedition Through Pages.
Yeah.
And it's like I've done it since last year, and it's the most fun thing ever. So trying to like get that TBR, and I'm also doing Adventure-a-thon. So trying to get all of these different TBRs like lined up.
Yeah, I'm just doing Escape and Kooky. So I say just because Escape the Readathon is like the mini TAR. So it's just about as intensely competitive and cutthroat. And we know the basic prompts for the things we're going to need to do. But then it's like TAR in that there's going to be new prompts dropped throughout the month that we won't know what they are until they drop. And we don't know.
I think Mayhem has the Mystery Mayhem, I think, has that as well.
Yeah. And I love those kinds of readathons, but I can only do so many readathons if I have one of those as one of them.
Yeah, true. Fair enough.
I'm just sticking with, since Nicole asked me to help out with Kooky, I'm not just participating. So I don't know what that's going to look like yet, because none of us know what all I'm going to be able to do. Especially with sprints and all, I'm just figuring out how to run sprints. And so maybe I'll be doing more than I think I was going to do, because I was just going to be a moderator and not much else. But in the meantime, I figured out how to use Streamlabs, and I'm like, oh, well, maybe I can at least substitute Sprint. So now I don't know.
Substitutes.
Yeah. So I remember in November, there were a couple gaps where, somebody just couldn't make it. And there were a couple in the middle of the night where it did kind of drop off, but nobody was really awake to do much about it. And I was awake and noticed, and now I might be in a position to fill in. So
cool.
Yeah, so that's cool, but it also means I'd better not overload myself with more than one other event.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Like,
Yeah.
that's totally fair enough. I
Yeah.
get FOMO.
Yeah. Last year, I did every single participatory event that I could find because I was so new to BookTube and I wanted to try it all and see what I liked.
Yeah.
So I did 3 or 4 readathons a month most months, and it was exhausting, but I figured out which ones I like. So this year I can be more picky.
So this year I'm not doing Tar
Mm.
for reasons.
Oh,
But I
horror.
am doing. Huh?
Gasp horror. You're not doing Tar?
No, I'm not doing Tar. But I am doing another readathon in June that hasn't been announced yet. That I've been asked to co-host for.
Nice.
But yeah.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to the point of being a co-host yet. Early days.
Well,
I have to learn how to do sprints first. Like, once I know how to run my own sprints comfortably, it'll be a lot easier to be a co-host. Until that point, though, I'm not as valuable a co-host. So,
right.
Yeah.
Right. The one other book that I wanted to talk about on my bingo is Nameless Things by Ernest Jensen. And this is going to be a buddy read that me and Nicole are going to be doing. Nice. And I talked about maybe making it a Wednesday for sprints. So keep an eye on the Discord for that and a buddy read channel for that if anybody wants to join with that. It is a survivalist horror, so it's not going to be for everyone. But yeah, it should be really interesting. And I think like survivalist horror is kind of like the best way to read it is with somebody else. So yeah, that is my bingo board. And I did post it in the I posted it in the Discord. I'm going to post it on Instagram when we start sprints.
Cool.
As well. What was it? I'm going to shut down Discord because otherwise I'm going to get way too. Otherwise, whoops. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Here we go. Right. Let's see how everybody else has done now that I have totally chatted away. I love having guests on because like I just get so much more. What are you up to today, Jamie?
I'm actually trying to read down some of my stack of books. I was gonna do a totally different approach this week, and when I was figuring out the wrap up for Dewey's yesterday, I realized I have this stack of books that I've started, and I need to finish them because they're just driving me nuts. So I'm gonna start with this one. This is a short story collection by Nadine Gordimer called Soft Voice of the Serpent that I'm halfway through. I read it all the way through last year, but it was for Shorty September, and I was doing several other things at the same time. And I don't remember the second half of the book. I know that I finished it, but I don't remember the stories. So I want to finish this one, and then I have a whole stack of books. So as I finish one, I can just switch to the next one to try and just crank them out and be done with this stack of books. So I can theoretically start fresh for Tar.
So, nice.
Yeah.
You can read all my books for me for Tar.
Yeah, I probably could.
Yeah, probably. You read fast enough.
I read a lot, and I read while doing a lot of other things. So it's not like I read all the time, but just the way I've built reading into my lifestyle, I finish a ton of books. So, yeah.
All right. Let's say hello to everybody else. Nicole is here. Nicole.
Yes.
Can you do me a favor and post your announcement video for Kooky if you're still here? Good morning, Jen. How are you? Reading Under the Whispering Door this evening. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, especially now that I have a cup of coffee. I'm very excited. Hello, Glenda. How are you? What are you reading tonight? What are you doing? Lexi is sprinting. If anyone wants to sprint hop over there, we're going to be doing 50-minute sprints today, just nice and snappy. Hello, Denise. How are you? What are you doing today? What are you reading? And Donna is here as well. Hello, Donna. How are you? Donna and Jen are co-hosts for Kooky. So make sure you go ahead and check them out. Jamie, I will put your details in the description a little bit later. So yeah, in the first sprint, make sure you refresh so you can subscribe to Jamie as well. Jamie! Donna is editing a vlog. Nice. Apparently, Jamie, your Joanne haul has been the talk of BookTube today.
It was pretty epic. Yeah.
Is that Joanna's yarn, right? Crafts.
Joanne's is the craft store that's that declared bankruptcy, and our store, their last day was yesterday. And I managed to get almost $2,000 worth of stuff for about $15. So it was
wow.
And most of it's stuff that I don't have an immediate use for. I got $640 some worth of vellum for less than $2.
Nice.
So what am I going to do with vellum? I don't know, but I'll figure it out.
I have a yarn haul. Nowhere near as impressive, but anyone that's been following me for enough time knows about the Lillian blanket that I've been making. Made one for my grandma, made one for my mum. I'm using this colorway.
Ooh, I like that one.
For my own Lillian.
One of these days I'm going to do a Lillian, because there's a crochet version and there's a crochet and a knit version of that blanket that I've come across. I don't know if they're actually the same, but they're very close. But the crochet one, I have my eye on. Right. I definitely need to make it.
So it's my own pattern that I've done of that blanket. That is just like printed out on a piece of paper. Okay. But it's inspired by the Order of the Phoenix blanket and the Harry Potter knitting.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll see if I can bring it up. Because it was so pretty. I knitted it for a friend of mine for her birthday, I think.
Okay.
There we go. It's going to make me scroll right to the bottom, isn't it?
Of course.
Okay. Share.
Oh, yeah. That's nice.
Yeah. So essentially that whole middle there is the same. But where it's like here, where it's actually spelling the words Order of the Phoenix, I've just put a seed stitch. And then this I've made into like interweaving leaves.
Nice.
And so like it is different.
Yeah.
It's same but different. But that whole book, like this book is incredible. Like there's the blanket as well. I've made a Slytherin scarf because House Pride next is going to be.
So did you sort into Slytherin?
Yes.
Ah.
Yes, I did.
I'm Ravenclaw all the way.
Ravenclaw, nice. Well, Ravenclaw is like the kind of like secondary one that I got sorted into. Because you know how sometimes you take it and it goes like two different ways.
I know some people do. I'm so solidly into Ravenclaw that I never am anything but Ravenclaw. Doesn't matter if it's a different source for the test or anything. I'm always Ravenclaw. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I consider myself always. I consider myself always a Slytherin, and that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. It just means I'm ambitious.
Yeah, my sister always sorts as Slytherin. So
yeah. Glenda says hello to Jamie.
Hi, Glenda.
And then hello to Denise, Donna, and Jen. Hello to Glenda and Nicole, as we have discussed, is here. Good morning. I'm late. That's okay. We were late as well. I pushed it back to 11:30 my time, so 9:30 your time today. Paul is here. Hi, Paul. How are you? What are you reading tonight? What are you doing? Hello, Nicole and Paul. Paul is still not doing well. Uh-oh. I hope you're okay, or you will be. Trying to read the Book of Cold Cases. That sounds interesting. That sounds very interesting.
Yeah, I like that one.
By Simone St. James. Nice. And Jean is here. Hello, Jean. How are you? My phone wants to turn Jesus' name into Justin. Well, if I was a boy, you could call me Justin if you like. Yes. Buddy bread. I am happy to break bread with you, Nicole, as long as it is gluten-free. And yes, we can organise an on-screen buddy read. Hello to Jean. Jamie, did you ask Coda for a headshot?
Oh, did Coda ask me for a headshot?
Oh, did
no, he has not yet. I'm going to poke at him and say, hey, you were supposed to ask me for something? Because, I think he went to bed after sprints and didn't do anything in that direction last night. And I haven't heard anything yet. So, no, not yet.
Nicole is also not doing TA. As I'm also co-hosting a read. I feel like maybe we're co-hosting the same readathon. Details maybe coming. I don't know when the details are coming. Actually, I need to message. TBR video is posted. Definitely go and check that out. That was like such an incredible TBR video. I loved it. You guys got to see my TBR live on sprints, like at least my bingo board TBR. And those ones are definitely going to be locked in. And then I've got others. You don't even want to know what I've got to read for Read the Beats this month. I tried to talk myself out of it. I'm so for Read the Beats, one of the songs I got, like when you listen to the lyrics and you kind of listen to how creepy it is, there's really only one book that I could read, and it's this big bastard.
Nice.
Now, how am I going to read that? And also for TBR Quest, we got a role, and that was to read a book that is over 1,000 pages.
Nice.
This has to be done before the 23rd.
It goes really fast, though. It is a fast-paced fat book.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So there are a lot of long books, so it would be a lot more painful than that one.
Yeah. The other over 1,000 page book that I read from Stephen King like almost put me off him. And that was The Stand.
Yeah.
And I bitched about that book so much. So yeah, this is also on my TBR.
Nice.
For me. Nicole's readathon TBR video. Definitely go and check that out. And this is the announcement video as well. And Nicole posts TBR as well. I will pin that so you guys can see it. Jamie, can you send either myself or him for
Probably or.
Yeah, for a headshot. So there we go. And yes, our buddy bread will be gluten-free. Great, excellent. Perfect. All right. We are gonna start our first sprint. We're gonna go for 50 minutes. There we go. Lol, Nicole. We're gonna go for 50-minute sprints today. Kind of 10-minute chatty bits in between. Good luck, everybody, and I will see everybody in 50 minutes. Happy reading. How did you go? Welcome back.
Hello.
That was a very admin heavy sprint for me.
Yeah. Did you get much done?
Not quite. Because I'm doing so many like different readathons. So I started by writing down all of the books that I've got on my Kooky TBR.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to like cross-reference ones that'll work for Adventure-a-thon and Mystery Mayhem and TBR Quest as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I need to organize my NetGalley between now and the start of May. Like I went through some of my NetGalley this afternoon before we went on sprints. And I cleared out the ones that had already archived. I'm so bad at that. I don't want to admit that I'm not getting to them. Like, surely I will get to them sometime. Like, where am I even going to find these books? If I haven't gotten to them and I can't download them anymore, they need to go away from my list because it's just guilt at this point. Yeah. So I cleared out the ones that I definitely am not getting to. Sometimes I find them on the library or something. I finish them later and go back and review them anyway. But so I did that part, but I don't really have a clear idea of what I have and like what genres they are, because I try to not know too much about books when I go into them. But for Escape, I want to know what genre they are at least, so that I know if they're going to apply for prompts. So yeah.
I need to go back and watch. I think I found the graphic, but I kind of need to go back and watch a couple of videos. And I thought for Adventure-a-thon I had more books for certain prompts than what I did. So I don't know how much good I'm going to be like as a team player.
Yeah.
An Adventure-a-thon this time around, but I'm still going to try. But I'm going to try not to add any more books than what's already on my TBR. It's already kind of close to 30.
Yeah.
When we add everything up.
So Adventure-a-thon is teams this time, or so is Adventure-a-thon teams this time?
You've got individual ones based on your characters. So for me, I'm a Thea.
Yeah.
And so the first book that I've got to read has to have either rain on the cover or the sun on the cover, which is easy enough. I'm reading Weather Girl.
Yeah.
I remember who by. And then there's an optional prompt to read a book with a bleak start, which I'm assuming based on the synopsis, I'm going to read the Sideways Life of Denny Voss.
Okay. I've heard of it.
Yeah, he's essentially fighting a murder charge, but every time he tries to do anything right, like everything else goes wrong. So I'm doing that. And then there's different prompts like to collect lumber, like as a team, like that's where the team base comes in. So you've got to collect lumber and nails and rope and other stuff. You've got to collect canvas. And so there's different prompts associated to that. And I thought I had more books with trees on them.
I really should check it out because I think I'm a mage, major magician, something like that. I know that I'm all caught up. Like I did finish the last round. So I should at least look at it because usually
that was great the last round. I loved that.
Yeah, that was fun the last one. And usually if I'm reading enough books, it's not that hard to tweak things to also manage to complete Adventure-a-thon prompts. Because she keeps them open-ended enough that you can make them work with other things. So,
the one I'm struggling with and the one that I'm like not going to be able to get any books for, which is fine. You don't have to fulfill like every single one of them. But like is the one with a Bond word on the title. So anything that has like a bond, like father, wife, daughter, like anything where a bond is created, like somebody is reading a book with the word widow in it. I don't have any books on my TBR that are going to fulfill that, but like that's fine as long as I can read a few in other prompts. I'll be happy.
So like friendship, and friendship is a bond, right? Maybe?
Yeah.
So that expands it a little bit.
Did I have anything with that? I don't think so. I'm kind of going off the bingo board.
Yeah. Well, maybe you'll find something, because with everybody's TBRs and what everybody's reading, you might come across something that someone else is reading that you want to buddy read with them that fits that.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. So yeah, I spent that, and then I'm just trying to figure out what I could use for Mystery Mayhem as well, because there's like different points and different bonus points and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If nothing else, I can just put everything under mood read.
Yeah.
I know that's only 2 points, but like
it works.
But then I think there's extra prompts that are going to be dropped anyway, and things are going to get a bit chaotic with that one.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of glad I'm not. I thought about doing Escape, and then I'm like, I think that might be a bit much.
Yeah. Escape is pretty intense to do with too many other things.
Yeah. And then I've got TBR Quest, which some of those covers might work for Adventure-a-thon. I don't know. So yeah, just trying to get everything all in a row. And then I've also got a billion reviews that I've got to write. That's my main goal this year, is to write reviews for every book that I read, and it's not working.
I had that goal for about a week this year. And I was like, no, I don't even have anything to say about this book. Never mind.
I'm good at batch reviewing. I'm not good at finishing a book and then reviewing it.
Yeah.
I'm good at that for a few of them, and then it ends up being batch reviewing again. But we'll get there.
Yeah.
How was your sprint?
It was good. I finished a couple stories, and I got my dinner most of the way cooked. I made steak fries and used a little bit of a chicken soup mix as some of the flavoring, and started out so that the water simmered off. So it ended up being a coating on the fries, but long, slow cooking for them. And then cracked a couple eggs on top. So as soon as the eggs are all set up, then I can, probably drizzle a little ketchup over them and eat them. So that'll be dinner.
Perfect. Excellent. Here's me just snacking on some potato chips and some tzatziki. I mean, it is lunchtime now. I should probably make something a bit more.
Yeah.
Like a bit more.
Like real food. Yeah.
Yeah, like real food. But am I going to? Probably not.
Maybe enough people will talk about food in the comments and you'll get inspired.
Yeah, quite possibly. Right, let's see how everybody else did. Sarah joined us. Hi, Sarah. How are you? Sprint hopping and reading, first-time caller. Nice. I think Sarah's got their TBR out for Kooky Mayhem, so go and check them out as well. I'm waiting for Christina to show up for the link to the playlist with all the announcement videos. Kelly, who is also another co-host, is doing some sprinting at the moment. There is the link there. I forgot to pin announcement videos. Pause. Brooklyn is here. Hi, Brooklyn. And hello to Jess and Jamie, about to head off to work. Hope you have a great day. Yes, we will. It's going to be amazing. Hello to Brooklyn. Hope all is well and have a good day. Yes, I don't think you'll be back from work by the time we finish up, but
Yeah.
say love you. Hello to everybody.
Hey, Chris.
From Chris. Hello, Chris. How are you? What are you reading today? What's on the trauma train today? Hello to Chris. And hello to everybody. And Jess is here. Hi, Jess. How are you? What are you reading today? What are you doing? Hello to Jamie from Chris. Jen read 3% and Under the Whispering Door. How are you liking it? I got about halfway through it before Libby took the audiobook off me.
That is painful. That is such a good
I have to physically read it, and I'm like, oh.
It's a good audiobook too.
It is a good audio. It was a great audiobook, and it's a great kind of idea.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have, I have issues with TJ Klune, and actually a lot of writers nowadays kind of going down the same path.
They all kind of run together for me after a while. There's this genre forming up around authors like TJ Klune, where some of the other authors that I'll finish books that are so similar that I lose track of which author I'm on. They're all very similar.
Can't find the audio. It makes me sad. I'm totally in the minority here, but I feel like writing at the moment is just, it's gotten to a point where everybody and everything has to be included or an author gets slammed.
Yeah, I hate
not having representation, and that to me does not make a good book.
No, and not everybody can.
It's just shoved in there.
Yeah.
And that kind of does my head in a little bit.
Well, and not everybody has the background to be able to do the representation for everybody really well. I remember when I was in college, it was all about whether you have the authenticity to be writing that experience or not.
Yeah.
And I can't write an experience that I don't know. So I shouldn't be trying to do it just because it's going to sell books. And we seem to have gone in a direction that's very different from that anyway. And I don't like it. I don't know what the right way to go is, but it's making me uncomfortable in ways I don't like.
I'm finding with writing nowadays, like you have to have somebody who's LGBTQIA, all the different letters plus. You have to have somebody with a disability. You have to have you have to have all these different races, and like they just kind of get shoved in there, and not necessarily for a good reason that kind of like it goes with the story.
Yeah.
And I feel like TJ Klune does do that in some way.
Yeah, some of it does come across as tokenism instead of really.
Is that the word that I'm looking for?
Yeah, it's like I'm Star Trek way back when you had Uhuru, that was the token black person, and you had it's tokenism. Where
I was going to say scapegoat, but that's the wrong word.
Yeah, they're the token for that category. So now you've checked that one off, and you're good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I remember learning about it in high school, where it's like for a lot of different like political kind of sectors, like there has to be like for us Māori representation, there has to be Pacific representation, there has to be Pākehā representation, and then there also has to be people with disabilities and different belief systems and stuff like that. And it's like shoving too much that is not necessarily going to help the situation.
Right. I think the level of specificity is off. Like we don't need all that in one book.
Yeah,
we need all that
exactly.
in the books that come out every year. Like, it's sad if there aren't any books for this season that cover all the different representations we need.
Mm.
And it also means that some voices are not getting published, because guaranteed people are writing the books. It's just whether
Yeah.
they get contracts or not.
Yeah.
But I don't need that all to be squished into one story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I also found like Curse Brown, like, or like, is it the Fallen God series with Sunbringer and like God Killer Sunbringer?
Mm-hmm.
And then the Faebound series, like
Mm-hmm.
I also saw that a lot in
Mm-hmm.
those books as well.
Yeah.
When you get like into the actual plot of the book,
Mm-hmm.
they're really good. But yeah, just shoving them in there is not necessary.
Yeah, when sometimes it just seems so random, like all of a sudden, oh, and now she has to have sex with a girl, because did it even need
we forgot to add
anyway?
that.
But now we've included that, we can check it off. I read
Yeah.
at least a couple this season that were like, I don't
Or
know
like
why that
sometimes
seems
they'll introduce a character and they'll be like, this person is like this and this, and they're, you know, this on whatever kind of spectrum.
Yeah.
And it's just never mentioned again, and it doesn't bring anything to the story.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with character building. It's just checking a box.
Yeah. So I feel like I feel like we're in the minority.
I think there's a lot of frustration about it, but I think it's so hard to talk about nuanced issues because we're in a world of sound bites. And if it's going to be something where you have to explain your position in more than one sentence, you're not going to finish explaining your position before somebody's jumping down your throat for it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's tricky, and they are difficult topics. Like, you know, how much inclusion is too much, or how does the inclusion need to happen? Who gets to do the inclusion? Do I now get to write books about Latino male romances because we need inclusion and I'm writing a book?
Yeah.
I'm really obviously not someone who knows anything about that. But maybe I need it in my book if I'm going to make the contract. I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird time.
It's a delicate tightrope.
Yeah. And we can't really fault the authors for trying to get their books out there. Like, they're trying to do what they think they need to do and what their publishers and other people are telling them they need to do to get their book out. And a lot of times it's in response to things that they are being told by the reader public. So it's not like they're getting it in a vacuum. Like, somebody is pressuring them to do the inclusion. So.
And that's the other thing that gets me is like the pressure from publishers and stuff like that. I remember watching a video, I think her name's Christy or Chrissy. She has a YouTube channel and very rarely posts, and so I never really see her. And I can't remember her channel name. But she's trying to go down traditional publishing, but she said in her video, like, part of her story had to change to include a romance that wasn't necessarily plot, just so it would sell.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
yeah, like, and then half the readers are not going to appreciate it anyway because it didn't need to be in there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's my little rant for the day.
No, I think we're on the same page on this. Like, yeah.
Yeah. It is good when you get really good books.
Yeah.
About representation well, because that's where it's supposed to be.
There was now I'm trying to remember which one it was. It was, I think, one for the Women's Prize. Or somewhere around then, but it's got really good representation of a handicapped woman. And I was thrilled with this representation because I've never been able to drive. And here's this character who's expressing my frustration about like trying to scrounge up rides to just do basic chores and stuff like that. And so she's all excited about an AI car that drives itself. Because even though it's a risky thing to get in a beta tested AI car. It's like something that expands what you can do as an independent adult.
Mm.
And I've never seen that in a book before. So that's a book that came out, and again, I don't remember which book it is right now, but recently, enough that it was on prize lists for this year. And that's the kind of disability representation that I appreciate, where it's capturing an experience that maybe you haven't found the words for, or people around you have not really thought about it like that before. And now they can read the book and be like, oh, so that's what you meant when you said it's really frustrating. Like, that there, right there. And that's part of what representation's about, is getting perspectives out there where everybody can see them and think about them and share them. I don't care if the character's disabled, if it's just to check a box off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nicole's coming in here saying, was that Crooked Seeds?
No, I haven't found Crooked Seeds yet. It's not in our library yet. It's Death of an Author. Or Death of the Author by Nnedi Okorafor.
Oh, okay.
So it wouldn't have been for Women's Prize. It would have been for something else. But I know it's on a prize list because that's why I checked it out. But yeah. That one has really good disability rep.
Interesting. I found, there wasn't enough of it, but I found The Memory Keeper's Daughter fantastic as far as disability rep and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was good for that.
Yeah, but there wasn't that oversaturation, and I think that's what annoys me a lot about literature nowadays, is its oversaturation.
Yeah,
because I think writers and publishers are scared that they're not going to get the sales because they don't have everything represented.
Yeah.
If you want to represent, for me, I think if you want to represent something, represent one or two things, but then do them well and do them justice and have them count in the story.
Right. And do intersectionalities. Yeah, like the Okorafor book, they're BIPOC characters and they have disability, but they're not doing everything in all the characters. I think there's even LGBTQ in there, but it's not like front center plot. It's just, it's got enough characters that they can do more stuff with it, but they're not trying to do, all the different ways that you're disabled in a book and all this stuff. I don't know. I liked it, but yeah, there's a fine balance to get it right.
Yeah, there is. Nicole has a very good point. It loses its impact if it's oversaturated. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was my rant of the day.
Yeah.
Chris is reading On the Calculation of Volume Part 1. On the Calculation of Volume?
Yeah, on the calculation.
Did I read that right? Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Depending on which one this is. Which author are you reading, Chris?
Sounds like a math book. Jen can't find the audio. Makes me sad.
Yeah.
Oh. If you're on Audible, it would probably be on Audible. Ren is here. Hello, Ren. How are you? No idea what I'm doing, but I am here. Fair.
Cool.
Totally understand. Hence, that's kind of how I felt today and last week. Was I there last? Yeah, I did stream last week. Yeah, I'm just chilling out with this and doing admin today. That's kind of how I felt, being what do I read? I know I've got Where the Crawdads Sing. I'm just not really in the mood for it.
That one was good, but I put it off for months before I finally was in the mood to start it. And it was good once I got started, though.
I'm thinking I might save it for next month because it's got trees on the cover.
Oh, yeah, save it then, because once you get into it, you need to be get into the vibe and stay in it. It was really hard for me to switch between that and other books and still be.
Yeah. I kind of got that from the audio. Like you've got to almost do it in one sitting.
Yeah.
Which will be easy enough. Like the audiobook is 10, 11 hours. So that's what,
Yeah.
5.5 hours on double speed.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not bad.
So yeah. Well, I hope you get some inspiration to do something at some point. Or just be here and chat. We love that as well. Cool. Love needing books. I really like that. It loses its impact.
Yeah.
Too often people who aren't a part of a certain group want to write about them but don't know what to do, but don't want to do the research. They just want to be lazy, like the American Dirt author. Okay,
I haven't read that one yet, but yeah, I've heard stories.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Inyeti. Yeah, Inyeti instead of needing.
But we also love needing books as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone told me you can tell an author who doesn't know anything about other genders based on how they write about the way characters shave. Really?
Hmm.
I've never read a book where there's been a scene where a character has been shaving.
Yeah, maybe in literary fiction, if you get really heavily into literary fiction, you get shaving scenes, but
wow,
not common. Yeah.
Wow. I'm missing out.
I'm gonna have to notice any shaving scenes that come up just because of Chris.
Ren says, I've already been productive today. Nice. With editing a video. Now I want to read but can't decide. Fair. I totally understand. Do you have any options?
Yeah, let us pick
We may be able to help.
Yeah.
We may be able to help. I did start listening to no, true. I am, because you mentioned it. I'm going to be like actually looking. But
it'll be everywhere now. Yeah.
I did start listening to, I got to 26% of The Witches, Roald Dahl. And honestly, the audiobooks for Roald Dahl are just like slow clap. Like, if you can get them. No wonder I had to wait almost 2 months for this.
Yeah.
Like, they're so good. And I'm so glad I'm listening to it on audio and not just reading it, because I feel like the impact on audio is so much stronger.
Yep. Although there are illustrations in like the older copies of the print book. Because I don't remember who did the illustrations, but there are some classic, drawings for the illustrations. Like BFG has some good illustrations, and the Twits, and there's quite a few where there's classic hand-drawn illustrations for those stories. So they'd be worth looking at just for those.
I'm hoping to get my hands on some older Roald Dahl books, because they are quite heavily edited and censored.
Well, and some of them, like My Uncle Oswald, not for kids. Definitely.
I've got a couple of books from Roald Dahl that are actually adult.
Yeah.
He did Ghost Stories, which is a collection of ghost stories from other authors. He's just kind of like the collector of them. And then he did another book called Someone Like You, or Somewhere Like You, or something. And that was adult short stories from him as well.
Yeah,
I think. So yeah. Christina, hello, Christina. How are you? What are you doing today? What are you reading? Christina coming in here with all the reminders. Have a snack, check the laundry, did I take my meds off? I didn't take my meds this week.
Useful reminder.
Yeah. Useful reminder. Thanks, Christina. I needed that about 3 hours ago. Stretch, show some love to the like. Why is show such a hard word to say? I can never say it. Make sure you subscribe, ring that bell so you hopefully get notified as well. Rena saying manga kaiju number 8 or Delicious in Dungeon or audiobook. My big fat fake marriage or Die for You or a reread of Monk and Robot. Those are your options.
I've only come across Monk and Robot. Those were good.
My option is going to be either Monk and Robot or Delicious in Dungeon. That makes me want a cupcake right now. I don't think that's what that is about. But for example, when a female author has a bearded man shave off his beard with an electric razor. Oh,
okay, yeah.
No, I haven't come across that.
I can't think of a book where that's happened, but I don't read romances. That seems like a scene that would be in like a bonding scene in a romance.
Yeah. I guess Me Before You, like she gives
I have that book. I haven't read it.
She gives him a haircut.
Okay. So if I want to go chasing shaving scenes, I could read that one and it would have one.
I can't remember. It's been a while, but that was a bloody good book. That was a fantastic book.
Okay. Yeah, I know it was overhyped according to a lot of people, so I have it, but I haven't read anything by her yet.
I think maybe now that it's had time to simmer down, it's probably a good time to read it.
Okay.
Cookie Mayhem Readathon announcement and co-host TBR playlist. Thank you, Christina. I knew you were going to come in with that at some point. Hi, Chris. Christina went shopping today and lost my earbuds. Oh, no. Hubby has to work at 4 a.m., so we are just watching some Greys and going to bed early. Nice. I read a literary fiction text where a male author had a female character use Nia. I have heard of that, to shave along with... You don't use...
No.
Ooh, ow.
That sounds painful.
Yes. Ow. Nia is painful enough as it is. I guess maybe because I've got sensitive skin, but yeah.
No, if you get any sort of razor burn or anything, and then the nair on that, no.
Hello to Christina. You would need to trim that beard before shaving it. See, Christina knows what's up.
Yeah.
Maybe Christina could write the book. All right. This is turn into the weirdest conversation ever. We're going to go to a sprint. I'm going to continue on with the witches. I think I'm going to head away from the computer, the sprint, and have something to eat. And then maybe do some B-roll for Read the Beats with this bastard. Oh, it's going to be an interesting month. I can't believe I started a shave. You started a shaving conversation. I might have to do a short. Just cut some of this together and do a short or something. That'll be weird. All right. I will see everybody in roughly 50 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. All right. How did you go?
Good.
One day I will get there and not take one of us out of the screen.
Got the cats fed. So
Got the cat fed. Nice.
yeah. So that's always this time of day. That is the biggest thing I have to do. And if I don't get it done sometime around 8:00, I have the cats kind of following me around like a constant shadow until I feed them. So.
My boys aren't like that. I'm gonna try and move. Can just see the outline of them there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a very long cord
on
this. Hang on. If people get seasick,
close your eyes for a minute.
Wait for a couple of seconds. Oh my god. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's Neo.
Aww.
That's my boy, Neo. River is quite camera shy.
Yeah.
He will come up for a cuddle sometimes, and then he realizes I've put the camera on him, and he's like, "Whoa."
Yeah. Katarina gets weirded out when she sees herself on the screen.
Yeah.
So when we're on Sprint, where the screen is teeny tiny, she was on my lap during this last Sprint. But if she could see herself clearly on the screen, she looks at herself and looks at my knee and looks at herself again. Like, oh, never mind, and she runs off. So yeah.
Well, you know how I said I was going to take a break from the computer?
Yeah.
Apparently I lied. The intention was just to like sit down, maybe do some B-roll with this. I'll do that in the next sprint. But as soon as I sat down, I had a cupcake, and then I'm like, no, I really do want to get this TBR thing sorted out. And so I ended up going through my books from Kooky.
Yeah.
And a couple more. And going through my books from TBR Quest. Like, those are the main ones, right, that I'm focusing on. And then going, okay, so which of these books fits into which prompts in both Mystery and Mayhem and Adventure-a-thon, and then I color coded which ones appear 3 times, 2 times.
Yeah.
And I know which ones to focus on. Obviously, I don't know how I'm going to break this up.
Do you have the audiobook for it?
I did buy the audiobook. This is the only audiobook that I've ever bought.
Because I've listened to the audiobook. I read it in print, like 15, 20 years ago. And then I did listen to the audiobook like during COVID. Yeah. And it's not a bad audiobook. So if you wanted to give yourself a break every so often and go audio for a while, or vice versa, it is actually a decent audiobook.
I will be immersion reading it. Because if I just like audiobook it, I'm not going to pay any attention to it, and I have to because it's for a vlog.
Yeah.
How long is it? 44 hours.
Yeah, it's a long one.
Just shy of The Stand.
Yeah.
The Stand was a good audiobook. A horrible book in general, but it was a good audiobook.
Oh, I loved The Stand. But when I read The Stand, I was living in Boulder. So I was living a couple blocks from where that book takes place. So that was fun.
You didn't get in the end. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I might be spending tomorrow kind of starting it. Because it'll fit for... I think there's a little bit of grace. Like, I think if you've started like,
It's such a long book.
percent.
Like the percentage that you'll have finished by the time May starts is going to be tiny. You're not going to get that far. So you might as well start it while you're kind of thinking about it.
Yeah.
And
I
know
th-
what vibe you need to be in the mood for to get
I
back.
need to dedicate full days to it though.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's an in-between book. I need to like really kind of zone in, I think. Otherwise I'm not gonna get it done.
Yeah, there are some like natural breaks in the story though.
Oh, there are.
So hey, you don't have to do it all in one sitting. I think you could probably do it like, give yourself a break and read something short in between, like every 300, 400 pages. It's the kind of book where, you're taking a break every book length chunk anyway. So, yeah.
Okay, I might have to sit down and do like a page breakdown.
Yeah. Like figure out, like if you were budding reading it, where you would stop in each week. And then be nice to yourself and give yourself breaks in between.
Yeah, because once May starts, I'm going to be hitting every other book really, really hard.
Yeah.
But I need to save most of this for May because it fits for one of the prompts for Adventure-a-thon, which was a mainly black cover.
Yeah. Although, do you have like some of the other covers on your TBR looked pretty dark?
So yeah, I think I've got 4 or 5 books that are mainly black covers, but I'm not, apart from this, which I guess I now have to, I'm not announcing any of the other books. Because the thing with Adventure-a-thon is once you've announced your TBR, you can't change it.
Yeah, I know there's penalties for changing your mind. Yes, I remember that. It's one of the few events that does that.
I've got enough coins to get a sleight of hand, like to be able to switch out, but I'd rather not.
You don't want to use it if you don't have to, because you're going to have to finish it anyway.
So, yeah, exactly. So I might as well just kind of get it for, well, obviously I'm not doing it for Cookie, but 1, 2, I think it fits 3 out of the, how many am I doing? 4? And I'm sure it'll fit somewhere in Bookemon.
Yeah.
Somewhere. It could be a free pick.
Yeah.
Something like that. So yeah, that was my sprint. Just a lot of organizing. Because there's not going to be a lot of breaks, because I've also got to keep in mind that I'm flying to Sydney at the end of May.
Yes. And are you guys going to be doing like any live sprints where there's more than one of you in the room while you guys are all together?
We haven't quite discussed that yet. We haven't quite
figured that would be out. So much fun.
It would be. I just don't logistically know how. I will bring my computer with me.
Because you guys could do you guys could be having a pizza party in the background and go to sprints and come back and let us join the party again. And
yeah. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
As far as when we're, it's fairly busy.
Yeah.
I get there on the Friday afternoon. I think we all get there on the Friday. We have the event on the Saturday.
Yeah.
Which will take quite a while, and then there's a whole thing afterwards. And then one of the days, which I think is going to be the Sunday, we're all going to the zoo.
Nice.
And so that leaves Monday, but that's into June.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know how, with Cookie, how ending sprints are going to work.
Yeah. Well, maybe you could do it where somebody that's not part of your party is the actual host and you guys are guesting on it.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. It seems like a great opportunity. Yeah. Well, I did some reading, but it takes a little while to feed all the cats because I got the inside cats and the outside cats and then the kittens. So I finished one short story and most of a second one, and I'm almost done with this book, but not quite. So I was thinking about our talking about inclusion and diversity all out there, because this Nadine Gordimer is from South Africa or somewhere around South Africa. So most of her books are set in that area.
Yeah.
So so there's several races of people and different origins of people, and it's very historical, but kind of subverts some of what people would expect, like for an American reader, where there's Black and white people in the same book. Not as much as like areas where the racism isn't quite so obvious, but it's really different when you start getting into what you're expecting versus what actually happens. And like, so
interesting.
Good author. Anyway, she's very good with language. So when she's describing a scene, drawing you into a chapter or a story, you really can get a sense of the space and like the light and what it smells like and everything. So
nice. Excellent. So how far along are you in the book?
I have one short story and about 2 pages of another short story left. So I have about 25 pages.
Do you write short story collections?
No. I write short stories sometimes. I used to do.
No, but do you rate them, like star rating?
Do I rank them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I rank all my books.
So what are you feeling for this one?
Probably about a 4.5 stars.
4.5? That's good.
It's good. It's not like any of the short stories or something where I really need to go back and reread that specific story or anything like that. And I don't need to keep the book. Because like all of my stack that I'm working on for the rest of this month is books that I'm not quite sure I'm ready to get rid of them. But they're ones that when I finish them, they will be leaving my collection and probably not coming back. So,
that's always sad. It's always hard.
Yeah, well,
I've got a little
bag of book sale. We have the bag of books sale for the bookstore I work in 2 weeks, and guaranteed I'm getting at least a couple sacks of books in that 1 weekend. Okay. So I need to make
enough. There's going to be a decent haul coming.
Yes.
We love hauls. Hauls are great. I need to keep I need to keep a better track on what books that I buy, because anytime I sit down to do a haul, I just like get completely lost, and I'm like, have I already talked about this book?
I admire Leandra's project. Have you seen that, where she's keeping track of what books she's acquired and whether she's read them or not, and every quarter she checks in? I love that idea.
That is really good. I need to start doing the same thing. Like, not necessarily filming it, but I do need to start doing the same thing. Glenda is laughing at Chris for starting a shaving conversation. Yes, that happened. Christina just had to take the dog out. It was dark, the stars are out, and white things were falling. No clouds, so big flakes. Okay. When does it like start warming up for you, Christina? Like, I don't know whereabouts you are, but it obviously kind of stays really cold for quite a while. I think I need more coffee or my bed. Maybe both. I'm not opposed to coffee in bed. Leaving you up. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Atia is here as well. Hi, Atia. How are you? finishing up Juices Wild by Christina C. Jones. Nice. Hopefully you're enjoying that. Hello to Artia. And hello to Glenda. Artia is another one of the kooky hosts as well, co-hosts as well. Lexi is on her final sprint as well, if you wanted to go over and say hi, although that was a while ago. Got to 79%. Awesome. And Saluna, hi, how are you? How are you going? Read about 12 pages of Outlander. Nice. How are you enjoying it? I loved Outlander. It was such a good book. I immersion read it.
Now, that was a generous 4-star for me. It wasn't terrible, but as I've complained about before, they named the dude with my name. I didn't like him, and it makes the sex scenes really creepy.
Right, yeah, fair enough. So, I can understand. I've never come across a book yet, and Jessica's not like the most uncommon name. I have not come across a book yet with a Jessica in it where they've had scenes.
Well, at least Jessica is a female name pretty solidly. Jamie can go either way.
Yeah, it can be.
So a lot of the books I've read where there's a Jamie, it's a dude. And then if there's sex scenes, it's awkward anyway. But I did not like the dude with my name.
Really? Okay.
So it made it even worse.
Any specific reason why you didn't like Jamie?
I found him naive and manipulative at the same time.
Okay.
In ways that I've dated guys like that, and he reminded me of those guys in ways that I definitely did not like. So I'm glad that she likes him, but yeah.
I loved Jamie, but then I watched the TV show before I read the book. And so I have the TV show Jamie in my head when like I'm reading about him.
Yeah. Whereas I started with the books and then eventually saw part of the TV show before I decided I'm just done with this series. I don't need to.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yep.
Selena is finally at the 50% mark of Outlander. Nice. Ren didn't read, but made it fun now.
Good.
Did my budget. Excellent. That's always a good thing to be doing. Booked the flu shot. Nice. Booked my car in for a service. Perfect. So that was a very productive sprint.
Yeah.
We like that. Yes, that's true. All 4 of us are here. As in all 4 of us that are like staying with each other. The whole Sydney house crew is in the chat. Yep, absolutely. Party time. Next sprint, I'm going to work on my cute.
You're going to need to do some clips of you mispronouncing that to use for blooper reels.
True. Please tell me I'm not the only one that does that.
It will happen a lot.
Somebody else could be an approved for real as well. Going to work on my kooky bingo board spinner wheel prompts. Nice. Also, freaking love the stand. Fair enough. A lot of people did love the stand, but my brain, being like, things need to happen quickly.
It is a slow build.
It was very slow. And honestly, I feel like after the main villain went, I feel like that whole ending part where they went back to the, what did you say, Boulder? Was
Boulder, Colorado. Like where they all go to gather the forces for good before they go to battle the forces of evil. Their home base is Boulder, Colorado. And that's where I was living for my undergrads. And I did 10 years there before I moved out. So, yeah.
Cool. I just found that whole walk back so, like, unnecessary.
Yeah, he needed
And
to
that
end it
pissed
sooner.
me
Like,
off.
it ended and then it didn't end.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Although I have heard with Stephen King, like some of his endings can be very iffy.
Mhm.
Best Stephen King I've read is The Institute. It's one of his newer ones.
That one was really good.
That was
Did you read
really
The
good.
Outsider?
I haven't.
That one
I've
was
read
really
The
good.
Stand, and I read The Stand, Rage,
Mhm.
which was fine.
Yeah.
And The Institute. And I'm most of the way, well, I say most, I'm just a bit over halfway through Fairy Tale as well.
Okay, that one's a good one. If you like that one, Eye of the Dragon is another fantasy.
Oh, okay. Cool. So Luna loved The Stand. It took me forever to get through, but it was really great. The TV show was brilliant. I love the TV show because they cut a lot of the crap out.
Mm-hmm.
They made it more succinct. How many pages is it? The Stand? 1,300 and something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it depends on the edition.
Stand.
Around that.
Why isn't it coming up with Goodreads? It's all just coming up with the show. Okay, here we go. The Stand. That is the audiobook. Kindle version is 1,348 pages.
Yeah.
For The Stand. That's a lot of book.
It is.
That is a lot of book. But a lot of people really do like it. I'm just in the minority. Hello, Selena. And hello to Ren as well. Hi to Glenda. There is a spot on the Saturday night that might work. Aren't we all the Saturday night? So that's the night of that's the day of the meetup. I think there's a poll and there's stuff in the Facebook group about what to do afterwards. And actually some of the light shows that's going around Sydney do look really interesting. So yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. We'll take it one step at a time. We'll play it by ear. Ren's not bringing my laptop. Fair enough. I need space for books. Yeah, I get to bring a 30 kg luggage with me, so I'm bringing my laptop. I'm going to be buying books. I don't need that many clothes because we're only going for 3 days.
Oh yeah.
Nicole was going to get on with all three of us. There we go. That's one way of doing it. Just not sure what day. We may end up getting on with Coda or somebody else. Coda is doing the end of Kooky Sprints. So that is all worked out.
I love this workaround. Yes.
As it will still be May in his neck of the woods.
Yeah,
so we might do Monday morning. That works.
Yeah, that'll
that works.
Be within the Kooky official times.
Yeah. I forgot that it's going a little bit further for us.
Yeah. Well, and
so
you guys don't have to read at that point. You guys can just, chill and gloat over being done while the rest of us are still having to read.
Maybe have a drink because we read too much.
Yeah.
And just be sleeping on each other. I think that the ending part of them going back wasn't in the original published version. I believe it was added later. Oh.
I think the original version, the one I read was the author's preferred, where they stuck stuff back in. So it was the longer version. But I think there was an earlier version that was a little bit shorter and didn't have that.
Well, maybe that would have been better then.
Yeah, you might have liked that one.
I need to read more Stephen King. I've only read The Stand.
Yeah.
You might like The Institute, Selena. And if you like fantasy, you'll probably like Fairy Tale. It's definitely got a Stephen King, like his writing is very distinct.
Yeah.
But it's a really good kind of balance between Stephen King and fantasy.
Right.
It kind of
balances. Well, and I mentioned Eye of the Dragon. That one reads more like some of the modern fantasy series sort of vibes that we have coming out lately.
Right.
So it's an older one, but it's very much, princes and princesses and castles and magic, and it doesn't feel like anything I would expect from a Stephen King. It still has kind of the darkness of a Stephen King, but it's very much fantasy. It could be like J. Kristoff or T.J. Klune or T. Kingfisher or something like that. So that one actually was really good, even if it didn't feel like any of his other books.
So. I might have to put that on my TBR. More to go on the TBR. Sure as it won't be this month. Hello to Jessica and Jamie. Your new name is Barbara. So hello, Barbara. Hello, Elena. How are you? What are you reading tonight? Selena. It's easier for me to move my camera. Can you see it?
There you go.
1,166 pages. Is it? And for TBR Quest, like this has to be done by the 23rd.
So the sooner the better, as soon as May starts.
Yeah.
And you could read it for kickoff sprints and just get it out of the way in the first week.
True. That's a good idea. And then read something like The Famous Five or something after that.
Mm-hmm. That way it's for sure done while you have the momentum.
Forgot about that. Forgot about what? Forgot about something. That's all right. We're going to finish at 3:30, but we'll still do one more sprint, and then we're going to call it a day. We'll do another 50, and then we'll call it a day. You know what I haven't put on today is the we are sprinting thing.
Oh yeah,
because I don't have a 50-minute one.
Yeah, that's all right. I think everybody's figured it out.
Yeah, last sprint. There we go.
There we go.
That looks more official. Oh, the evening plans. You forgot about the evening plans. Yeah, I mean, I think we're going book shopping the afternoon, like after the meetup. I don't know, but then there was that thing about checking out some of the other things to do in Sydney that evening as well. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. I don't have the brain cells.
No, and we have a whole readathon between now and then, so yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be a kooky month. It is gonna be a very kooky month. I think I don't have my TBR up at the moment. I think it's close to 30 books. Let's have a look. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Do I have Piranesi? You said
so at least 28.
29,
Okay.
30.
This is starting to look like my kind of TBR.
I'll screenshot it to you and show you.
Yeah.
Hang
I
on.
still haven't made my TBR yet for next month because I was so focused on Dewey's for this past weekend that everything else had to take a back seat, and I just had to just pretend nothing else was happening. So
Yeah.
now I have to catch up to that, and at least not being a host, there's not as much pressure to do a TBR, but I
Yeah.
still probably should do a TBR. So that's this next couple days.
So this is what my TBR looks like. This is not including Read the Beats.
Yeah.
Which like there's overlap
Yeah.
with Read the Beats with this as well. But this is all Kooky, plus a couple of others. Like these two are for Kooky as well.
Nice.
31 for Where the Crawdads Sing.
Yep.
32 for All the Good Words. 33.
It just keeps going. Yes.
And look, I'm not going to get through all of these.
Well, keep in mind,
that is
I finished like in TAR last year, I finished somewhere around 80 books in that 1 month. So if this is going to be one of your equivalent of my months, like, okay, that it'll just be one of those huge months because it's Kooky plus other things, and
Yeah.
and you just own it. And this is just gonna be one of your months where you rock out a lot of books.
Yeah, I mean, Sunbringer for TBR Quest, I was able to knock out Sunbringer because like you can be like a few pages away from finishing,
Mm-hmm.
and it still counts. The only thing with TBR Quest is you cannot DNF.
Oh, yeah, so that's trickier.
Yeah,
and of course with Adventure-a-thon, you can't switch your books around without penalties. So
no.
yeah, so just put a few wrenches in your TBR plans, having both of those at the same time.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was not me officially announcing what my TBR is, by the way, for Adventure.
No, we couldn't read it. We could just see how many there are.
Exactly. But yeah, that like you can see why I needed to get my ducks in a row, because there's even more like bonus points and stuff for Mystery Mayhem. This is just for new author.
Yeah, and when you do which books and in what order and how you prioritize them is going to make a big difference to how crazy you're feeling by the time you get to your big trip at the end of the month.
Yeah, I'm thinking from like the 25th. Like I need to be done with pretty much most things by the 25th.
Yeah.
Because from there, I'm going to be like a chicken with my head cut off in a completely different reason.
Yeah. But in a fun way.
And yes, in a fun way. I'm very much looking forward to it. Right. Let us go for our last sprint. I will see everybody in 50 minutes. No, that's not what we want. There we go. See everybody soon. All right. My God, my hair, when I let it down, is just doing, oh my God, one. Okay, there we go. One of these times. How'd you go?
I finished my book.
Great.
So one whole book done so far today.
Nice. Perfect.
Yes.
I got to just over halfway through The Witches, and oh my God, the sound for the Grand High Witch just had me absolutely pissing myself. It's fantastic. As a child, it's traumatizing. Very traumatizing. But as an adult who has a weirdly dark mind, it's fantastic. It's 5 stars. It probably gets 5 stars, honestly, just for the voice acting of the Grand High Witch.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. And she's really good at doing the different accents as well. Like there is Germany, and I think Norway in there somewhere, and I think I don't know what the Grand High Witch is, but there's also English as well, like British. So yeah, they've done really well with their voice acting. It's gone really well. Didn't do any admin, but I got all of my admin done the sprint prior to that. So I kind of just chilled out in bed and listened to that, and it was a time. It was great. I loved it.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah.
I think I might have maxed out the number of audiobooks I can check out from the library this month already. So, but maybe they have
it's
it
not a long audiobook. It's 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, and if they have it on Libby with my library, I might have 1 or 2 checkouts left on Libby. I know I maxed out Overdrive and Hoopla this month already, for sure.
Yeah. Nice. All right, let's see what everybody else did. Artia finished Juices Wild. Nice. What did you rate it? How did you find it? Yay for finishing Juices Wild, Artia, says Glenda. Yeah, we love finished books. I was going to try and finish The Witches on these sprints, but I'm like, it's one of those books that I wanted to just enjoy.
Yeah, you need to enjoy it.
And not rush.
Mm-hmm.
Artia's starting My Bully, My Aunt, and Her Final Gift. Okay. Good. It sounds like that'll be quite a tough read. Yay for finishing Jamie. Worked on my spinner wheel and had Orange is the New Black playing in the background. I love that TV show. That was awesome. I read Saluna. Did you know that it's based on a true story? And I actually read not Piper. Who's the lover's name?
I haven't seen or watched it, but or read or watched it. I have the book though, so I have it on my shelf somewhere.
So Piper Kerman was the author. Maybe it'll be on the Goodreads. That's not the one that I read for it. The one that I read was from the other person's perspective. Oh, that's more editions. No wonder it's Out of Orange by Clary Walters. They changed her name in the series, but that's Alex is the lover. So they changed her name in the series, but yeah, I read Out of Orange last year.
Mm-hmm.
and that was good. That was really interesting. Don't need the timer anymore. Right. So yeah, check out those books, Selena, if you feel like a nonfiction. Glenda is reading Oathbound by Tracy Dion. Got to page 50. Nice. Enjoying it so far. Perfect. Nicole exported and uploaded my craft video. Nice. And now I'm talking to my bestie and stuffing my face. Fair. Understandable. It's about lunchtime for you anyway. The author of Orange is the New Black is Piper Kerman. And then the author of the one that I read is Clary Walters. I can put it on Goodreads. I can pop them. Not pipe. Copy. Apparently, I'm not doing well with technology right now. Right. Orange is the New Black. Or if you're asking about the one that I'm reading, it's The Witches by Roald Dahl. But let's just give you these anyway, because we love recommendations. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's not how you spell orange. Oh my goodness me. I keep trying to bold something, put something in bold. I keep going Control B.
Yeah.
I'm like, that doesn't quite work. You really want to read Piper's book? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, interesting. The lover's name also changed to Nora in Piper's book. So we have Nora, Alex, and Clary. Clary's the real name, I'm pretty sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Roald Dahl. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here, Glenda. I really appreciate seeing everybody here. Totally. I don't know who is still sprinting. Yes. Selena, you need to, even if you have to be on hold for 2 months, you need to listen to that audiobook. It's so incredible. Yes, it did. It became a TV series. It was really good. I really enjoyed it. Up until the last 1 or 2 seasons. I felt like it just kind of dragged out. Yeah. The Witches by Roald Dahl. Just quickly, while we are here, do you have anything to promote?
I will be making a TBR for May, and we'll probably be focusing on NetGalley arcs that I'm looking forward to. So that might be of interest if anybody is looking for, ideas for what to request, because I think most of mine are still available to request at this point. And I'll also be using my stack of physical arcs that I have left, because I used to do all the Goodreads giveaway thing. I haven't won one in forever, so I finally gave up, and it's not worth my time anymore. But but I still have a stack of them from when I was winning them all the time that I just haven't gotten to yet. And they work really well for one of the prompts for escape. So I'll just stack them all up again and see if I can whittle them down a little bit over the next month. Because guaranteed they're working for more than one prompt. But I know for sure they work for one. because they're books that I've had forever and I haven't gotten to. So I've been putting them off for a long time. Yeah, so that'll be coming out. And if anybody was interested in my Dewey's Readathon videos, I did a whole sequence of rather short for me videos that I need to stick them in a playlist, but they are all posted, and again, 5 updates and then the wrap up for Dewey's. So that was all this past weekend. So been super active all of a sudden in the last couple days on there.
Yeah, that does tend to happen. I'm just putting a whole bunch of links in. We've got Page's monthly readathon video with all the different readathons that are coming up. I also saw that Ren has their TBR video that has just come out. If you guys want to have a look at that, should be pinned to the comments is the playlist for the kooky announcements and TBRs. But this one here, I know it's actually not going to be until another couple of days. Oh wow, I didn't even put what it was. This is actually the kickoff sprints actually on Thursday for us. For Kooky. I'm really excited. I think tomorrow I'm going to work on it.
Yeah. Tomorrow I work at the bookstore, so yeah, so we're getting ready for the Bag of Books sale. So I have to go through my M's and look at every single one and see when they got into the bookstore. Because the game is if they've been there more than 2 years, then they go into the room that's the Bag of Books sale. So that's what I get to do tomorrow, is go through literally every book in my section and pull all the books that are eligible for the sale. So I'm going to be playing books for all tomorrow afternoon. But
nice. I'm jealous. That would be so much fun.
It's so much fun.
Selena has a few Audible credits. Might use one. Yeah, it's so good. The person narrating one that I'm listening to is, hang on a minute, Miranda Richardson. So good. So incredible. Highly recommend. I'm giving it 5 stars just based on the voice acting. Thank you so much for being here, Nicole. I really appreciate it. See everyone tomorrow on Nicole Sprints. Yes, absolutely. Not Kooky Sprints. Kooky's the day after. It really has come around really quick though.
Yeah.
Although watch me be totally ready for Kooky tomorrow and be like, right?
Yes.
TBR's
done. Let's get started, right?
Yeah. I'm a day ahead of everyone, mostly. Have a great day. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. Rewatching it as I watched it years ago, but I'm only on season 5, which is where the inmates have taken over. Yes. I remember that. Goodbye, Nicole. See you tomorrow. Have a great day, Nicole. See you tomorrow on your sprints. See you next Monday for Kooky Mayhem. Yes, I will be starting earlier than I normally will. I normally start at 9:30. I'm starting at 8 a.m. So I'll be an hour and a half earlier.
So it'll be
going for 4 hours.
2 o'clock my time when you're starting. Yeah. Okay.
I'm going for 5 hours. So yeah, for a little while there's going to be that change. On the Tuesdays that I'm not kind of doing mayhem sprints, then I'll be doing my normal time. It has come around very quick.
Yeah.
Yes, don't remind me. I'm planning to schedule my sprints either tonight or tomorrow. Nice. Perfect. There we go. Did she?
Cool.
Interesting. Okay. Is that the Alice in Wonderland with Kate Beckinsale? Because that was a weird and wonderful. That was a very interesting. Oh no, that doesn't look like Alice in Wonderland. That doesn't look like Kate Beckinsale.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. I feel like I've seen it though. Oh, it's got Ben Kingsley in it and Christopher Lloyd. Wow. Oh, it's got Hagrid in it.
I might have seen that then. That sounds familiar.
Got some pretty big names in it.
Yeah. I definitely must have seen that once. I just don't know how awake I was when I saw it.
Fair enough. That's the other thing I need to do really quickly. Is share your channel.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing I need to do in the next couple days is get my room to where I can do decent enough lighting. So that if I'm wanting to be on sprints on parts of the day where it's really awkward with everybody else moving around in the house, I can do it from my room. Because I'm like, this is a corner of like the main room that everyone has to go through to get in and out of the house and stuff. So when my housemates are up and moving around, this is a really awkward place to be trying to do sprints and talking to a screen. So I love the lighting. I love the look of this space. But for practicality purposes, with the number of different hours that I might be wanting to be on screen, like different times of day, this may be a really stupid place to be trying to be for that. So I need to do some room cleaning and rearranging so that at least if I want to, I at least have the option of doing it in my room where I can close the door if it's noisy out here.
Right. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
So I'll put on an audiobook and do my room.
That's always good. Like put on an audio and just like throw one on and just get it done. It had Robbie Coltrane who played Hagrid, and it is Tweedledee or Tweedledum. I think it also had Gene Wilder. Ooh. And Whoopi Goldberg as the Cheshire Cat.
Yes, I've seen it.
That's cool.
Yeah, I saw her Cheshire Cat for sure.
That's cool. Jamie is getting closer to 200 subs, so if you haven't already, there is your link. Go and subscribe to Jamie. When you say close, Glenda, you're pretty bringing on the money there. I would like to clarify that Jamie is 1 subscriber away from 200 subscribers.
Okay.
By the way,
so that might happen soon. Yeah.
I cannot help you.
Yeah.
Get to that 200 because I'm already subscribed.
Yeah, everybody I think that I've seen, I think has been subscribed, and unless YouTube has unsubscribed them, I think just about everybody I've seen is already familiar. So, yeah. But hopefully my more regular posting with everything going on will help too. Yeah. There's been a few people that have been subscribed and then unsubscribed, and I don't think anybody did anything. It was just YouTube. And when I was doing my sprints, a couple people noticed that it for one of them, I set it subscriber only before I started doing Streamlab, because I tried just using the version that you can just do from YouTube itself. I have still not figured out how to set subscriber only with Streamlab.
I think you still have to go into YouTube and go back of house in YouTube. Like, when you set up any sprints, you can go back of house in the YouTube website, and like with the lives, it'll actually show. And I think you can set it from there. I have never done subscriber mode. I probably should.
Yeah, I liked the security of that. Between that and having more mods, I think that's what's made so many of the readathons safer since that big fiasco with Leandra's readathon getting trolled.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That happened to me once when I went into somebody's sprint that I was definitely subscribed to, but it wouldn't let me chat. Yeah, that's happened to me a few times. I know I've had to resub to Coda a couple of times. Which it annoys me.
Like, how am I not subscribed to this person?
A couple of times.
Yeah. I've been unsubscribed from Nicole once.
Really?
Like, I'm a mod on her channel. How am I not subscribed? Like, this doesn't
exactly.
Yeah. It's
bizarre. Because you need to have been subscribed to like comment and be made a mod, right?
Yeah. I don't think you can make someone a mod that's not subscribed to your channel.
It's handy to know.
That's very weird. But anyway, so that's something I'm still working out. And I think it's safer.
I think maybe
we're gonna have so many strangers wandering in from for the readathon that woohoo!
Jamie is now at 200 subs.
Yay!
I don't know who went over, but thank you for going over and subscribing. And yes, I can now see that it's 200 subscribers. Perfect. You have to celebrate. It is really good wine.
I'll have to do ice cream or something.
Yeah. I just got over the 200. Oh wow, that's jumped up. It's amazing what happens when I'm actually active on YouTube. Last time I checked, like a couple of days ago, I was at 260, and now it's 266.
Yours
so I appreciate anyone here that has subscribed.
And being one of the co-hosts, like anytime someone co-hosts where they're actually on screen on sprints for a readathon, it bumps your numbers. Because you get all the people that wander in, and especially if you have it set to subscriber only, everybody ends up subscribing. Whether you keep them afterwards, I've seen a lot of people that were a co-host and then they didn't do anything on their channel for months afterwards, and they do lose a lot of people. But if you're continuously active after the readathon, it is a big boost in your numbers if you can be on screen as a co-host.
I mean, I did post in the March, what is it? Mystery Mayhem. I did post like an introduction, like, hello, I'm some weirdo from New Zealand.
Right.
I'm okay to be around, that kind of thing. And I was just like, this is my channel. This is like what I do for a series that I actually like I absolutely love and stuff like that. So there may be some from that as well, but I'm hoping to get over 275, closer to 300 by the end of this.
I could see you crossing the 300 mark during May.
You reckon? Okay.
Yeah,
interesting.
I think that could happen. Yeah. So
I would be very appreciative if that happens.
Well, and the one feature that this readathon doesn't really have, because it's not really points based and all that, but that some variation on it would also serve to bring more people to channels and get them subscribing is the prompts in the readathons where you have to read something from someone's 5 stars or something someone's in a video, where it directs people to the host's videos.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because then it's also honest subscribers, because a lot of people won't subscribe unless they see that you have similar tastes. But then they're actually looking at what your tastes are, and you get a lot of people that are actually going to appreciate your content later. So
that's a good point. Yeah, you don't see many readathons, like you see host favorite graphics, but you don't see many readathons that are like have the videos for their
well, Realmathon, there was a prompt that got everybody looking at what each of the hosts were talking about and recommending. So that was like 2 months ago now. So, and they happen fairly frequently, but like if we built something into November for NetGalley November, that was like all the hosts pick like 5 NetGalley arcs that they're really excited about, preferably that are still available to request. And then other like people and that way you get kind of the host favorite thing. That would be cool anyway, as long as it's accessible, as long as there are things that other people can still get. Like Read It Now would probably be the best options for that, but just things that you've earmarked as exciting that other people can then go and also read. And you can do buddy reads with arcs on NetGalley doing that. That could be fun. So anyway,
interesting. Right, we are going to head off and end the stream. Thank you, Jamie, so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Love having guests on here. If anybody wants to hop on and guest during my sprints, just you know what my IG is. All of y'all know how to contact me. If anyone wants to collab for Read the Beats, also give me a message or an email or anything like that. I have May, obviously, and June, and then after that, I need to figure out who. But if anyone that is a booktuber and has not done Read the Beats wants to, let me know. Apart from that, I will see everybody in comments, and I will see everybody for Cookie next week. Bye, everyone.